Good day and good evening, and welcome to Mentor Roulette Live with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Of course, I just barely managed to finish Cruiserweight Savage just before this, and this is when I'll show you the weapon that No, I'm just kidding. I believe they're at M7S right now, so hopefully they'll get there soon. Or maybe not, they will probably enjoy getting a little bit more out of it. Also, what do you think? My pink hoodie, it doesn't have a zipper, so it doesn't quite look like the one Kai is wearing, but what do you think? This is a pink hoodie. Right, so in all seriousness, the way this stream is going to go, you've become yourself. I have decided to cosplay as me, kind of. I've had this hoodie for like over a year. I believe I got it as a Christmas present from my parents. I believe in 2023. And I just haven't had any reason, like any occasion to use it. So today is the day. Ta-da, it's very nice. With that said, hey Marcus, hey Alejandro, hey Naomi, hey Ham, hey Ilana, hey Gazel, hey Aradel, hey Vince, hey Agent Monica, hey Bubomet, hey Ceres, hey Jonathan, hey Elia, hey Diaz Muzimpal, hey Fufuf, hey Raki, and Nox, and Evelyn. Hope you're all doing very well. And Mizunashi is here as well. We had every stream? Oh, it would be very difficult to do that. Very quick wash, I guess. That could be a thing. It'll be very problematic with the summer coming up. Also, thank you for celebrating 6 months as part of the Cult of the Pink, Agent Monica. I really appreciate the support. And yeah, the time has flown. Right, so the way that this is going to work is that I will use the Wheel of Names like I normally do for Mentor Roulette, but I'll do that before every queue. I will choose the job that it shows, then I will announce like a short enough time, a late enough time that you can queue at the same time as me if you want to, but short enough that you don't sit too long. Wheel of Names is a thing I call the Wheel of Jobs. It's a website called Wheel of Names, and the names I put in is all the jobs. And then I'll queue, and then we'll see where we land. There's a real possibility that you drop me into something really mean, but that's the reason why we're doing this on April 1st. That makes it make sense. But that's pretty much the plan. You can also see from some of the people here that I've made it so that strangers, quote unquote, have their names shortened to initials, because that is a concern for some people with this kind of content, that some rando on the internet is basically getting thrown under the bus on a random live stream they have nothing to do with. And when it's a video, like I record it and then I figure it out after the fact, I can just, make them look good, for instance, or not make it too bad. Whereas when it's live, it can be a little harder to do that, but by making sure that there are no names shown. Can I actually make it so that the party list only shows initials? But at least it allows me to like hide it if someone is being bad or a jerk or whatever. Like then they can, go on their merry way without being like hung on a live stream they have nothing to do with. That's the idea. Then you'd still see names over their heads. Do you see this? Do you see this, Naomi? You see it? I've set most things that I can to just initials. Exactly, Nox. Never met before. I've specifically set it so friends show full names. Then yeah, also I saw some people mention that. I did indeed put out a Black Mage guide yesterday. So basically, the good news is that it's there. The bad news is of course that I can imagine that there will still be a ton of people hopping in being like, how do you play Black Mage now? So, you know, hopefully we'll have a link on hand for that. Raki says, it reminds me of a question I've had for a bit. Is that a reason why I see a lot of CivTubers hide chat? For player privacy, hiding trolling? Yes, pretty much. Just to hide that so that they can control what is like being written in the stream. It's also a similar reason as to why a lot of CivTubers hide names on the streams. For the most part, I'm like... The thing is, if someone wanted to be a jerk, they would be able to do it anyways, even with just initials. They'll just look for the other details. If they're determined enough, they'll be a jerk. And so the best we can do is not incentivize people to do it. That's also why when people have like sought out a name that they've seen in a clip or something, I've usually said, we don't do that. Like, we don't go and, like, seek people out. Like, they are allowed to deal with their own thing. We're looking at what happened. Like, we're looking at the past. They're probably better now. In most other MMOs, you don't have the option to set people to initials. And those games, it works out. So, you know, it's a little complicated. Also, thank you for celebrating 11 months as part of the Cult with the Pink Ham. And hey to Caetsu. And Eaterit and Agony. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, essentially that's the reason why I hide the chat with my face. And the reason why some people will, you know, hide names on streams. And yeah, exactly, Nox. If someone wanted to, they would be able to track down these names with just the initials. And yes, Agent Monica, Guzzle has a Kai clone outfit. Right, let's pull out the Wheel of Names. There's some ads running there, fantastic. Dark Knight. I will queue when this says 20:05. And it'll probably be an instant queue because it's tank. A wheel. Also, hey, Jammy Wammy, hope you're doing well. And Gleaming, hope you're doing well as well. Copperbell Mines. I should not have used sprint there. I should have saved it for a second later. Hey Erickson, hope you're doing well. I don't really have any tips for Eureka because I haven't done much Eureka. The best tip I can give you is that there is like Eureka equipment, like a top or a chest piece or something that gives you a lot of starting stats that can be really good to like get you started. Zero's got Zorvan. Wow. Hopefully not extreme. That'll be rough. And you get an unmend. And you get an unmend. Imagine if mobs were fast enough that they could actually get hit by my AoE. Wouldn't that be incredible? Thank you, Norton. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much. And no worries, not everyone's up for streams. But thank you. This is going to go fast. I don't even have a spend or anything. Yeah, I never finished Eureka, so I don't actually... I don't have that much advice on it. Not anything that you wouldn't be... Like, not anything beyond what you would be able to find by just, you know, Googling it. Thank you so much for the year as part of the Cult of the Paint, Naomi. Thank you so much. Spell speed Dark Knight, that would be funny. Wait, Agony, is the guide called EUERKA? Like, is that what it's called? Like, Eureka. Oh. Oh. Also, hey, Butterfly Spirit, and On Tempo Offbeat. That's an interesting name. Oh, no worries, Agony. Just keep in mind, if you try to send a link, that the links will automatically get blocked in the chat unless they're from me or the mods. Simply because bots love to send a link. Just a little sneaky link. So you'd have to give the information of where they would have to, like, where they'd be able to find the link, or check if they're in the Discord or something, because yeah, that's unfortunately how it goes. Sometimes people really like to put a little link in the chat to something that is unrelated. A guide by Absolute Absolutese. Absolute essay. Absolutes? Absolutes. I think I didn't have to actually move the boss at all there. And maybe our monk would have been able to have full uptime. That's okay, dear Muslim pal. When people ask me about topics that I don't cover, I usually also direct to someone else. No! My pre-combat sprint! Bruh! I was using that! There's another guy down here, right? Did they remove him? I'd rather not land in a... Nope. That's it. Not gonna land in a cutscene while tanking all that. That would be unwise. Oop. Wait, what? Oh well. I guess they haven't turned on auto skip. Enemies can't attack you while you're in cutscene. Is that true? Like, I'm pretty sure they would still be targeting me. Would they just stand there and wait? It's something that comes up so rarely that it's not something that I know about. Ta-da! They just stand there looking at you. That is pretty funny. That could become a problem if, like, all of them just thwack you all at once. But that is unlikely to kill in Copperbell mines. That was quick. Are you still queuing for Tsukuyomi Extreme over there? Monk? I will queue when it says 23:35. Imagine Mentor and you land in Everkeep Extreme. That is actually not possible. Because Dawntrail Extremes are not in the Mentor queue. Not until the next expansion comes out. You know, the next expansion, Dusk Road. Start Runner. Afternoon Bringer. Also, free live. And Zyph. Hope you're doing well. Twilight Street. Is it possible to land in Savage with Mentor Roulette? Nope. It is only possible to land in basically all normal content. And old extremes. It's pronounced safe. Fair enough. I'll try to remember that. Also, in regards to normal content, that also means that the Coils of Bahamut is not here because it's considered savage. But all this is on the list. Which means that I could technically land in M5 or something. Which would be weirdly convenient considering that, you know, that's a weekly thing. Abyssal Fracture Extreme? That's correct. That is possible. That is the... I would say probably the hardest, quote-unquote, hardest duty you could probably land in. And I say that in quotes because, I mean, at that point, it's like, mechanically, is it the hardest? I would say the particular spot where Abyssal Fracture is evil would be too hard to teach a new team from the beginning. In 1 hour. Also, hey Rob, get up. Hope you're doing well. What is more noticeable, a tank struggling or a healer struggling? That depends on how they're struggling and whether the opposite player is good. For instance, a tank struggling could be indicated as a like that could be, oh well, they're not pulling multiple packs. That's weird. Or they're not using defensive cooldowns. And a healer struggling could straight up be they're spamming cure 1. Or the tank is dying randomly. But that could also be the tank struggling, right? But let's say if you have a bad tank, but the tank is at least holding aggro, then a good healer could make it difficult to see that. Whereas if you have a bad healer, you'll probably notice it like that, because the bad healer is probably going to be using a lot more cheesy heals than they probably should be. Current hardest extreme is probably Golbez Extreme, right? Probably. It would come down to either Abyssal, like in Mentor Roulette, either Abyssal Fracture or Golbez. The reason why I would say Abyssal Fracture is because due to it being a higher duty, you have less of an ability to like overgear it. And the meteor phase in it is brutal. I mean, the Golbez one is also brutal. But it's just to say, not only is it brutal, but like both of them are like, well, if you screw it up, you die. So either one is probably a death sentence. Although, let's say hypothetically that these people queued for Golbez Extreme and we landed in there. I've practiced Golbez Extreme on content. Jose Moon Renter, hope you're doing well. Imagine if you could land in Recollection Extreme. In 2 hours, that you only get one. It's like, even worse. Like, that's a big reason why in my videos, whenever I talk about this, I'm like, if you queue for an extreme, do some homework first. It's not because if I land in an extreme with you, I don't want to teach you if I can. It's because most of the time, me teaching you how to do it means that you lose like 20 minutes. So do the homework first so that we can spend the whole hour actually trying to beat the thing, right? Like, that's the kind of idea that I'm rolling with. Like, that's the reason why I say to do that. As it says, weirdly long queue. I don't know if it's weirdly long. This is actually pretty normal. That is actually the reason why I usually get a little bit frustrated when I land in a Guildhest as a DPS. Because it's like, oh great, I sat in queue for 10 minutes and I land in Under the Armor and we're done in 30 seconds. Like, the thing is, when I'm queuing for this, I might be watching something. I might even be writing a manuscript or something while waiting. But most of the time, I'm mostly just sitting there on Discord, waiting for it to pop. It's like, 20-minute DPS queues is rough. Also, he's off. Hope you're doing well. The DPS mentor queues were almost instant. That's you. This is me. Yours was at a different time. This is technically shortly after the daily reset. Alejandro says you don't usually stream Mentor Roulettes, right? That is correct. This is the first time I've streamed Mentor Roulette. And the reason why we're doing it on April 1st is because one of the reasons why I don't normally stream Mentor Roulette is because if I do that, there's a very high probability that people will like be actively queuing into me. So in this stream, we're actively supporting the notion that someone would queue into me. Like, I'm literally telling you when I queue, give you a chance to ready to queue at me so that you could try and snipe me. Like, that's the point. That's why it's April 1st. And it's not to say people aren't sniping me anyway. I think it was last week, Nox tried to snipe me like 3 times in a row and eventually put me in A10. And other times I've landed in duties because people specifically queued at me like that to try and snipe me. But it's a lot harder because, like, when I'm not live, they basically have to look at their friend list and see if I'm queuing, or have to find me in the game and see when I'm queuing and then queue for something. And if they want to surprise me, you know, they have to hide so they don't see, so that I don't see them if they want to surprise me with the queue. Free Life says, I'd like to see a frontline stream. You know, that is funny. Back in the day, I did that. Like, some of the first streams I did, I would basically just stream Crystalline Conflict. And the reason why I stopped that was actually on a stream where I was doing Crystalline Conflict, and suddenly the queues, like, the queue got really long, and then I sat for 30 minutes with the queue not popping. And it wasn't that I changed job or something, it was just, I guess we no longer had 10 people total in my ranked bracket. So it just didn't pop. And the way that I quote-unquote salvaged it was that I just, like, after long enough, I was like, I guess we'll just do frontline instead. And then for a while I did frontline streams. But the thing is, PvP is not super popular in Final Fantasy XIV. So it's really like I believe most of the people in my streams don't care about PvP. They might know a little bit. They might also be interested enough that they would watch me do some PvP. But a lot of them don't want to do it. I'll say Darth. Oh, Darth Yoda, hope you're doing well. And thank you. That was fun. Now, hopefully I'll get a queue soon. That's also true, it. You could also just search me. Save says Light Data Center top 100 in Crystalline Conflict here. The only time that I really got into Crystalline Conflict was in the first season where I did get to Crystal. And the thing is, just getting there was a lot of work. It was like 10 plus matches per day to make sure I got there. And once I got it, I just concluded that I'm not interested in doing that every time. So I haven't done it since. But I did it, and I did it as a Red Mage 1 trick. The April Fool's joke is this is actually a hangout stream. Yeah, this is a hangout stream until my queue pops. Thank you, Safe. The thing is, I will say Season 1 of Crystalline Conflict was, I would say, easier in a way than current seasons. Because in Season 1, Well, basically, you know how if you go on a losing streak, you could drop from diamond to platinum to gold to silver to bronze, like just all the way down. In season 1, I can't remember if it was once you had reached a new a new stage, like if you went diamond 3, you couldn't drop down to diamond 4 or something. Or if it was when you reach diamond, you can't drop down to platinum. But the point is that there were like stopgaps, so that every time you reached a new breakpoint, you could just meme it up if you wanted to. Which also, like, in a way that made it easier. On the other hand, it also meant that when you were closing in on Crystal, you'd start to see a lot more memers, because once you reached Crystal, the worst that could happen is that you landed on 0 rating in Crystal. You're still in Crystal, so people would just play whatever. Like, either they cared about their rating or they didn't. And if they did, they would, of course, you know, play smartly. If they didn't care, they'd play whatever. And just meme it up, as I said. So, like, easier and harder in a way. Also, we got a Q-Pop. Have you given M5 as a try yet? Nope, we're going in on Saturday with the raid static. Oh boy. Ifrit Extreme. Oh, we're just going for it. There's a Searing Wind just memeing about. We are going to wipe from this if they don't realize the problem. The scary part is that the first 2 sets of nails is not even remotely scary, like, difficult. So we basically need to keep this ship together until we reach the 3rd set of nails and then survive that. I think the healers don't know how Searing Wind works. Yep, this is wiping it up. I think. I mean, this isn't gonna work. You can't have a black mage over Narnia. They have to come to me. I can't just hang out there. Is this the fight where you usually see one healer standing in Narnia? That's correct, because Searing Wind is like a burst around them. So they need to go away. Saberkash, hope you're doing well. Right, that was the tactics overview. And that's true, Saros. The chains can be confusing. That's why I explained that the chains cannot be broken. Steering wind shows up in 07S. Huh. And also, yeah, Rob Guerrero, as Ardell said, we have parked the Uwu proc until, like, for now, since now there's a Savage tier to work on. So we don't know what we'll do, because Uwu clear is going to be way down the line. I mean, that works, I guess. And usually you don't move Freedom to another corner, but oh boy. And this is going to be another wipe. White Mage did not listen at all to the tactics overview, as you can see. Also that, Alejandro, this is exactly the reason why I blanked out the names. This is exactly the reason. But now I'm stuck in the awkward position of referring to the person causing problems as White Mage, because I don't know what their name is, they haven't said a word. We're going to wipe again if BR here didn't get it. So here's the funny thing. In the chat, I've just realized the white mage is the one complaining that we're taking too much damage. They put down the markers and ask that people kill them in a certain order. Meanwhile, they're there, actively killing everyone. You gotta notice I don't think they're paying attention. Like, at all. To be perfectly honest. They're too busy being mad that people are taking too much damage. Hey, tell them up. Hope you're doing well. I know, Ilana. I sure hope that the main tank, or a tank, is not going to pull when we inevitably wipe here. Because we basically need to have both healers acknowledge that they know what they need to do before we can pull again to succeed. We need that. Otherwise we're gonna wipe. Forever. Nope, didn't make it. Oh boy. Thank you, Alejandro. Hey Milo, hope you're doing well. Incredible. We get this quickly. A chaotic pull, or a chaotic duty. Oh boy. It is pretty funny that the healer is like, you need to do this because otherwise I can't heal. But they don't acknowledge when we say, can you maybe do this? It's pretty ironic, isn't it? They're like demanding that we do things a certain way, but they will not hear any advice in the other direction. Hey Master, hope you're doing well. Hey Eat Melodies, hope you're doing well. I don't think I've ever had both healers be both completely unaware of how Searing Winds work, while simultaneously being completely uninterested in listening to advice on it. That's a first. There is an error on the boss eater, so like they are doing that. But you see how they're just like randomly running around, it feels like. I think it looks like the Scholar at least got the point. So that's at least something. Now the question is whether our tanks can weather the storm. Bia's hanging out in the middle again. I can't heal you if I'm not nearby. Just use Cure 3! Just use Cure 3, please. You have Cure 3. You're actually playing the only healer that can completely circumvent this problem. And you're choosing not to. But Medica, yeah, I know, right? I'm going to use Limit Break for this. Oh boy. I will commend the other monk. They were the other one trying to help with the giving of advice. Hill run number 1 is over. But yeah, I know what you mean, Ilana. The reason why I usually keep the chat there visible is because I don't want it to be known that I said some nonsense or whatever. You can see what I say, which of course means that there's a possibility that you saw the name of the problem person. But I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. As I said, it's over now. Now we don't care anymore. That white mage was very dense in a way. But we don't care anymore. We're not going to seek them out. We're not going to go and find them to call them a poopy head. We don't care. We won. That's what matters. Right? Right, everyone? I can sit down nights. A bad day in Mentor Roulette. But yeah, that's also why I initially just called them White Mage and didn't even bother to try to see what their name was. But they didn't react to White Mage. They didn't react to their name either. So, big whoop on that one, I guess. Also, hey, Clove and Crab Cake. And everyone else who came in the middle, I see Remove came in. Hope you're doing well. A man dual-wielding cops, yes. And hey, Rost. Hope you're doing well. And thank you. We had an easy one and an interesting one so far. Where are we going next? Reaper. When did I click that? Weird. Anyway, I will queue when it says 12:05. Hey, Jojo Mojo. Hope you're doing well. Save says, hope you don't land in any less than 80 duties with this one. I don't mind. I don't mind. I think it's actually really funny to land in, like, I don't know, level 30 duty as Reaper. You're just doing 1, 2, 3s and just hitting like a freight train, just waboosh, waboosh. That's all you're doing. I was in a Hawk Manor run yesterday, where I had a Summoner and a Reaper as the DPS. And, like, we would pull one of the Succubi, and they would just go immediately dead. Presumably, the Reaper just went Infernal Slice as the Summoner hit it with a summon. It was just... And I was sitting there like, how did they do so much damage? How? Remove says console players who have chat closed is what I always assume. See, the funny thing is, Remove, is that the healer that was causing problems in that run was the one actively saying, stop killing the nails so fast, it's too hard to heal, please kill them in this specific order that I demand, because it's too hard to heal, I don't have enough MP to res you all. They were saying this interspersed with me saying, you need to run away with this debuff that you have, because you're killing us. Interestingly, they just acted like I didn't say anything. Like, they just acted like no one else was speaking. Yeah, so maybe they did that. They just write their complaint and then just hide chat. I'll say Rumble. Hope you're doing well. Put fish on the Wheel of Jobs and do an ocean fishing run. That would be a weird twist. Maybe they got you blacklisted. That would be surprising. But I mean, it is a possibility. I'm pretty sure if you're blacklisted, it'll still show person who you have blacklisted is saying a thing. A Reaper potency is really that high at low levels? They're surprisingly high, yes. They're surprisingly high. But at level 30, they genuinely just have debuff, single AoE button, and 1-2-3 combo, and harp, and a gap closer. So they're basically just running up at things and going 1-2-3. And if there's enough mobs, they'll start spitting. But they're mostly just going smack. They wouldn't want to listen to a mentor they have blacklisted anyway. That's true, but I just find it very unlikely they would have me blacklisted unless they blacklisted me just then. Now we'll see how long this queue takes. The previous one took like 10 minutes. But that's a funny thing that happens with an interesting difference in Mentor Roulette sets is that if I'm a tank, I'll usually get like just across the board instant queues, and most of the duties nothing really happens, like not really, unless I land in an extreme, and because I'm in the tank seat, unless it's a particularly troublesome one, we'll like get through that just fine. If I'm a healer, I usually get instant pops as well, but most of the duties are going to be like leveling roulettes. And when I queue as DPS, the queues are really long, but it's going to be either a Guildhest or something crazy. 8 Melody says some mentors and Mentor Roulette just don't want to listen to others, I found out, and only themselves. You know, that is actually pretty funny, because that was what made that person stand out, was that was another mentor in the group. So maybe that's what happened. Remove says, I personally love doing AR content as Shadowbringers to Dawntrail jobs. I also think it's really funny. Like, I've said that I actually find Viper in low-level content really entertaining. Alejandro says, when you meet the conditions for Mentor, do you have to accept that, or does the icon just pop on you? Every time. I don't know if I can I can, I think. Oh, I didn't turn it off there. Let me demonstrate, if it'll let me. This pops up every time you try to put on the crown. You have to acknowledge this. Technically, it doesn't say that you have to listen to anyone else. But it does say be an exemplar of a player etiquette, and I'd argue listening to other people is that. Opinions? A particularly funny one with Viper, just as an example, is that at like level 35, actually better yet, at level 30, you have your 1-2-3 combos, but only a step 1 AoE combo. Only one of them. Which means that you could go steal more, and then reaving, and then a buff, and then a finisher. And then steal more again. If you are in like some sort of like mixed situation, like for instance, Annoy the Void. That's the one with the blue flames. And you of course need over a certain target count for steal more to just straight up win, but that's like an example of where like the lack of tools lead to some sort of emergent rotation. And I think that's really funny to play around. I've never invited anyone to the Novice Network, I'm a bad mentor. Well, the thing is, considering that the game doesn't like forcibly place you in the Novice Network when you put on the crown, suggests that the part of being actively in the Novice Network appears to be optional. Because if it wasn't optional, they wouldn't let you not be in it, right? Similarly, the act of inviting people to the Novice Network, like, speaking of player etiquette, I would argue that it's not very good etiquette to just run up to a random sprout and just slap them with a Novice Network invite. And it's also not super nice to just run up to a sprout and be like, hey, you want to be in the Novice Network? They're like, I don't even know what that is. And then just slap them with the Novice Network invite. Like, the only times I've offered anyone to get in the Novice Network is when it made sense contextually. So it becomes a little complicated. So knowing when to pick your spots is also part of that. Are sprouts not automatically invited? No. For some reason they're not. For some reason they're not. The thing is, sometimes there might be a mentor basically just hanging out where new players spawn, and then like as you like come out of the initial tutorial thing, you find that you have gotten an invite already. But that's the mentor choosing to do that. Jojo Mojo says, what is the Novice Network? If you're a sprout or a mentor, you can get into the Novice Network, which is basically like a pseudo global chat where mentors and sprouts are collected. There's usually a bigger amount of sprouts because there's more space for sprouts than mentors. Are returners automatically invited? I don't think so, but maybe. But yeah, they can also get in the Novice Network. Isn't the returner one just an offer to get the returner icon? Is that an invite to the Novice Network straight? Oh, okay. Naomi says, I remember on an alt getting repeatedly invited to the Novice Network by the same person in short succession. Ah, even better, am I right? Isn't there a window at some point offering it? Nope, he doesn't offer it. He might mention it, But it has to be a mentor that invites you for some reason. And when you're invited, it pops up with this window explaining what it is. Yeah, the point is, part of the whole exemplar of player etiquette thing is to know, like, pick and choose your spots. Who are you inviting? And also, it's absolutely not good player etiquette to, like, invite someone, they decline, and then you invite them again, and they decline. Like, if you invite someone to something and they decline, you know, add something before you invite again. Like, for instance, in the Naomi example, they suddenly invite Naomi for no reason. Naomi declines. They could say, would you like to be in the Novice network? Explain what it is or something. And then Naomi can just say no. That's why I clicked no. Maybe they misclicked. And that too, 8 melodies. It's on some data centers, some of the Novice networks are just not that helpful. Also, hey K97, hope you're doing well. And Midichlorian. I don't even know what that is, says the Sprout. Me neither, says the Mentor. It is difficult to know when you should invite a Sprout to the Novice network. It's even harder if you don't use the Novice network, because then you don't actually know what you're inviting them to. Like, optimally, you're in the Novice network so that you can see what kind of Novice network you're inviting them to. Like, because the Novice network itself is somewhat colored by who's in it, right? Like, hypothetically, imagine that there's a Novice network where there is a mentor that happens to be a content creator, and therefore a lot of conversations end up being about that. Just hypothetically. I'm not in the Novice network for a reason. It would probably be relevant to consider whether that is the right place for the Sprout you're about to invite before inviting them. But you wouldn't know that if you're not in the Novice network. I run to you and slap you with a Discord link. Nice. Zav says, I really enjoy Novice Network because it's the only public chat. This game feels so empty without a chat. That's why I worked hard to get my Battle Mentor after I lost my Novice Network access. I mean, as long as you're, you know, approaching the Novice Network as the Novice Network and not, you know, just using it as the Baron's chat, for those that know what that means, then there's no, like, nothing bad about it. Knowing you probably are just being helpful there, Zav. I would also say, if you feel like the world feels empty, you know, you could look for link shells with similar interests. You could try and get into a free company that might be more active. That could also help. That is not the same as a, you know, a global chat, but the big problem with people that, like, get their Mentor crown specifically so that they can have a global chat is that some of those don't use it as a Novice network. They just use it as a network, quote unquote. Is the Baron's chat anything like Quicksand/Say chat? If Quicksand/Say chat is just people just reiterating memes. And talking about completely insane stuff. And the funny thing is, K97, is I wonder if that would be something that would be resolved if, for instance, there was a global chat, like separate from Novice Network, so that the Sprouts and the Mentors can be in their chat, and then there's a global chat to do the memes in. Like, it's a similar problem to the crown problem, that I imagine that a lot of players that get a crown specifically to access Novice Network to chat in, just to, you know, have a global chat in, would just not bother if there was a global chat. Like just next to the Sprout icon, there was just a join global chat, and it just puts you in a chat with random people. It's the same problem as the crown thing, as I said, is that some players get the Mentor crown because they feel like it looks weird when there's nothing next to their name, you know, aside from the job icon. That's actually something that hasn't been in the game for very long when you really think about it. But they get the Mentor crown to have something quote-unquote meaningful that they obtained next to their name. A little bit like a title. But if there was, like, I don't know, like, if you beat an ultimate, in addition to the title, you get, like, an icon that you can put next to your name. Like, you beat Ukop, and then you can have, like, a little Dreadworm icon next to your name. You beat Ubu, and then you get a little Gaius icon you can have next to your name. Like, something like that might actually cause people to go, well, then I don't want the stupid old crown. That's boring now. And if there was a global chat in addition to that you could join, then there's no reason. Oh, we have a Q-pop. It's a 4-man. And it's ward up. Bird up. Bird up. Bam, bam, bam. You know, the funniest part about this one is how one of them becomes invulnerable. And if you kill them, like the other ones that didn't get invulnerable, the NPC that is, like, screaming about it will basically be like, see, I told you so. As if, like, there was something you could do. Like, I'm just telling you, if that had a countdown on it, I feel like people would be much more inclined to, like, wait. Oh, one of them died. Also that, Odell, 17 minutes. For... this usually takes, like, 2 minutes? 1 to 2 minutes. I've also suggested that one 8 melodies. Just replace the Mentor crown with, like, a watering can or something. The thing is, it would still be the only, like, option that you could unlock, right? Like, it would still be the icon that is special. So it might just mean that people think it's funny. Like, people would still get it for the memes of having the funny watering can. So I feel like the most effective solution would probably be to add other options. Well, yes, that was a Guildhest. Did anyone see it took 2 minutes? Is the watering can funny? Like, look, people can make anything funny. Scholar. I will queue when it says 1910. Hey, Ryan, and... Is that Darth? It says Matthew Holtz now. But it looks like the icon that matches with Darth. Nope, you're doing well. I thought you were removing the jobs you already used. Imagine getting double Reaper. I think if I got the same job twice, I would probably just spin again. But other than that, I don't really mind. Do you want me to remove the jobs that I already rolled? I forgot to queue. I will queue at 1920 instead. And hey, Easy Rain. Hope you're doing well. Sounds like you are. Was my favorite Scion? I think it's Alpha though, actually. Oh man, dude. Yeah, I'm guessing it's leveling dungeon. Tamtara. Fantastic. Oh man. Do you think I'll have to cast a healing spell? Place your bets now. Have you done Guildhest as Blue Mage? Is that possible? 3 classes. True. That's good. There's a chance that there's like that they need the help. Nice. I think the Marauder's just leveling an alt job though. I might have to cast a healing spell. Imagine casting it on the right person, though. These guys hurt a little bit more than his Tasha, it looks like. I hope I didn't scare him too much by casting Physic on myself. I was so surprised that I had to heal someone, that I healed myself instead. Say, Mandalore, hope you're doing well. It's been a while, hasn't it? We shall now analyze the Marauder. Did you know that you can pull all the trash to here if you want to? You probably did. It's not exactly the biggest revelation. It's not like there's a wall in the way. Thank you, Mandan. Alright. And Reddit told me that Scholar doesn't have the GCD heal until Stone Vigil. And that's the funny thing, is that a lot of the time people exaggerate on the internet. Is it wise to pull trash that far? With an Arcanist and a Lancer, it probably isn't super helpful. Because neither of them have any AoE. The only one that has AoE in this party is the Marauder. But my AoE is healing the Marauder so they can use Overpower more. Overall, if they're surviving, me casting a Physic here and there is a worthy investment. Because my damage isn't that impressive anyway. Yeah, exactly. It's always a damage gain. It's just that, relatively speaking, it's a smaller damage gain. So at least if you're pulling enough that the healer has to start healing you, then you have to make sure that you're gaining enough damage that the heals the healer now has to put out are worth the trade-off, which they are. in this level range, like, if you add 2 enemies to the pack as you're spamming overpower, you're doing more damage than one of my ruin casts. Exaggerations on my internet? Impossible. You know what, I think I will remove the jobs that we've already seen as we go through. But I'll do it after this one. With the amount of duties we're getting, we're probably not getting 21 duties anyway, so it's not going to matter. The Scholar, Reaper, Monk, and Dark Knight. This oh, he's actually like level 32 at least. He just used arm's length. So he should actually do his job quest. I just realized that his name shows. Not that it matters. He's playing well. Hello? That's exactly the that's one of the reasons why I see no problem in usually showing off the names when I'm doing the videos, is that at worst, like, your name is there attached to you playing well, right? And this guy is playing well. You don't know if he has arm's length from an alt job. I don't think you get roll actions from alt jobs. I'm pretty sure that's for each individual one. It's not like cross classes. I'm glad to hear that, Easy Rain, and welcome to the game. My name is Matthew Park. Hope you're doing well. Maybe he's not that fun in MSQ. Given how he's playing, it's possible it's an alt. It's not like you couldn't learn to play like this naturally by this point. It just feels unlikely. Did you know that Scholar can solo Tamtaro Deepcroft at minimum item level? Synced. It's a little hard because these soul counters can two-shot you quite suddenly. But it's possible. That might be the case, Cloud. It's also possible if they have played different MMOs that they'll know to do these things. Can Scholar solo the critically acclaimed MMORPG FF14? No job can truly solo it. There will be some barrier at some point. No job yet can solo it. I mean, I don't think there is a way that a job that would be added unless the game is completely broken one day, where it would be possible. Marcus says an alt would never forget to do their job quests. There is a possible scenario, although let's not point any fingers here. That's really like a random accusation, but some people will do weird stuff like, I'm gonna do a class-only challenge on an alt. Which is really funny, because for the most part, those kinds of challenges are not a challenge for you, it's a challenge for everyone else. Jose Frenzy Talk, hope you're doing well. Between the first 4 dungeons, which is your favorite? As they are now. As they are now. I think it's still Sastasha among those 4. Right, let's see. Dark Knight, Monk, Reaper, Scholar. Was that all? Dark Knight, Monk, Reaper, Scholar. That was the 4, yes? Machinist. Wow! Doink. 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 I'll queue at 23:25 up there. 200 kill on blue. And now we wait. Machines with this new nerfed spread shot. Well, in fairness, spread shot was ludicrously overtuned, in my opinion. It went from 140 to 110, right? And then they also nerfed, like, they nerfed the filler AoE on Machinist so hard that Scattergun, the upgraded spread shot, does less potency than spread shot did before the nerf. That's how insanely busted spread shot was at low level. I remember back in late Endwalker we had a discussion about this, where the conversation went something to the effect of, well, on AoE in like a low-level dungeon, who's the best? And it's like, Dancer has Standard Step, and Standard Step does hit stupidly hard. And they buffed that, by the way, just to be clear. After the changes with 7.2, I would argue that Dancer has the best AoE in like Sastasha levels and such. But also that, it's a flamethrower buff. It was so strong that even jobs that, like, something like Black Mage was brought up. And that was, you know, before they completely decimated Fire 2 and High Fire 2. It was like, well, I mean, in a level 20 duty, Fire 2 would be like 160 potency, actually, at the time. And they nerfed it. But because Machinist is that strong, it still wins, basically, all the time. And the only reason why Dancer had a chance was because it would open with a smack like no tomorrow. And then Machinist would gradually catch up by doing more filler AoE. The good news, Jojo Mojo, is that once you get, once you start to get some instant options, AoE on Black Mage can be really funny. I did the new dungeon as Black Mage yesterday with Aradel, Sip, and Milo. And there was like a pretty significant running section where I was just doing flare, flare, flare star, transpose, freeze, thunder, transpose, flare, flare, flare star, as I was running. Just as I was running next to the pack, I was just doing my full AoE rotation, no problem. I mean, once we got to the destination, I was completely dry, but like, as you get higher and higher level, you can really feel the impact of the options you get. Also, hey Shaq and Zip Zap, hope you're doing well. Also, stinging back with spread shot. And yeah, unfortunately, Fire 2 is so bad that the only once you get Flare, the only reason that you use Flare, the only reason you use Fire 2 is because it makes Flare better. And, I mean, once you have enough instants that you don't have to use Fire 2, you just straight up stop using it. If Fire 2 had the cast time as the other spells, will it come back into the rotation? I don't think that would actually be enough, no. That Dark Knight does look familiar. Looks like a ham. Everybody ham now. Good luck, Gleaming. Those 8 bits. Don't be doing well. What is worse, nerfing or power creeping? It depends on the situation. If a job is ahead, it's probably best to nerf it. If a job is significantly behind, it probably makes more sense to buff it, which would eventually lead to power creep, especially if the jobs it is competing with are too strong, right? Viper? You thought it was going to be Black Mage, but then Viper said, "Get down!" Doink. I will queue at 1:35. Hey Seraph, hope you're doing well. K97 says, I thought enhanced flare is no longer a thing. It isn't, but basically at level 50 or so, Fire 2 is worth casting from Umbral Ice so that you can go Fire 2 Flare Transpose. Because casting that Fire 2 means that you're not using an Astral Fire 1 Flare. So just getting the Fire 2 out the door so you get an Astral Fire 3 Flare adds like 200 potency. Basically Fire 2 is worth it because it makes Flare good. But once you have enough other options, you don't care. Like, you'll get that Astral Fire 3 by using Flare. That's how it works. Easy Rain says, do you do the new Savages? Obviously I feel like you do. Yeah, we've done Savage on stream. The whole first raid tier. The only reason why we stopped was because we reached a point where, there was no weekly lockout. We had kind of done it to death, in a way. So we went over and did some ultimate prog. But we're going to start on the new Savage tier on Saturday. Oh boy, is it another Guildhest? Oh, that sucks remove. That's always scary. Cloud says when every class feels OP, everyone wins. That's true. Also, how about some more Guildhest? What's really funny about Viper in this level range? Once you've done one GCD, all your single target GCDs do the same damage. It's just whoops all 280 potency. Oh look, it's Agent Monica. Have you all just teamed up to spam me with Guildhests? That was weird. Like, I couldn't target it. No, someone's definitely not trying to pull you into an extreme instead. Are you spamming Guildhests to get all the other mentors out of the way? It's like a trash bag. Also, Yannick, hope you're doing well. Hey, Dance JF, hope you're doing well. I feel like it's a case I said, I don't think we'll get 21 Mentor Roulettes in this set. And someone said, and I took that personally. But I will queue at 3 sharp. Throwing tweaks and stealing Agent Monikers. Hey Jules, hope you're doing well. Sadi says, have we had any extremes yet? We had Ifrit extreme as monk, and that was a very awkward one because we had a healer who didn't listen to reason about Searing Wind. It was quite funny because they were basically simultaneously being like, you're taking too much damage while also standing in the middle with Searing Wind. Matthew Park says, what is that program, by the way? It is called Wheel of Names. It's a website. You left without your rewards. What is it that I missed out on? Like 300 gil? Good luck, Easy Rain. Yeah, I was fortunate that I have a friend, Aradel, who made me food and gem drafts, and I have a friend, Menely, who made my gear set. So, like, I've given some materials, but definitely I was the lucky one in that exchange. 100%. $300 gil is 300 gil. That is true, but I mean, I have 65 million gil. I'll trade saving those like that like 30 seconds. Because I thought I would be able to see the moon today. Well, I'm curious, Gazwell. I imagine you don't want to tell me because it's a little trap you're trying to spring on me here. But have you been sitting in queue for Tsukuyomi Extreme all this time? Like, are you on like 2 hours? Or what's going on here? Wow, Deldemar. Wow. Looks like Taldemar's queuing for... Sephiroth, Susano, Lakshmi, Endwalker EX1, and Titania Extreme all at once. I'm just saying, unfortunate for whatever mentor lands in that. I wonder what's going on here. Like, maybe a lot of other mentors are like, what is going on with Mentor Roulette today? And, like, I'm just getting Guildhests. Yul says, someone shouted for some tools and limbs yesterday. I spent 20 minutes making them and made 1 million gil. And got lucky there. That is very nice. I also... If I ask someone to make something for me, I usually tip or at least give something in return. So it's not like I just did nothing. But I still feel like I was the one who received, like, I was the one that, like, got the better deal in those scenarios. It's not easy to get an extreme to pop if you're the only one queuing. Other duties fill up way faster and they draw in mentors quicker. That's true, but I'm pretty sure if you're like 5 players and you've queued for an hour, it should do something, I feel like. Hmm. 4-man again. Get 7 people to queue, cross-check stream if it pops. That could also be a way to do it. That is indeed a way to do it. No, that's nice, Matthew Park. That is indeed a case of, well, like, Gil is Gil. Cha-ja. Is that 3 Guildhests in a row? It's Black Mage! Ta-da! It's going to be a Guildhest again. It's going to be a Guildhest again. I'll queue at 5:20. It's my main, that's true. Time onto the armor. That is the saddest one. Just 30 seconds and you barely get to do anything. Some jobs are even like sort of disincentivized to use part of their toolkit. Villain in the full armor. Oh, that was fast. And it's a 4-man. Hey, Tinkle. Hope you're doing well. Fantastic, Matthew Park. Congratulations, you did it. Fire! And fire! And fire! And fire! And transpose! Bom 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 bom. The ads! Yeah. Sure. Well. With this pace, we might actually make it through all the jobs. Pixelmancer, sure. Why not? Why not? Exactly, Matthew. Actually, a lot of the Guildhests could be good if they didn't, like, fall over so fast. I will queue at 6:05. Pictomancer ever keep. Is Hammer always a gain on 2 still? I don't know, but like based on what I'm hearing, I think yes. Is it under the armor again? Is it under the armor again? 100k on Copperbell Mines. And it's Shadow and Claw. Well, we have a Palm Muse for 400 potency. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Look, I mean, I'm trying my best, Naomi. There's unfortunately not much I can do. Ow. I don't think it's worth it to cast Palm Muse. Maybe as like a finisher? Like this? Have you considered auto-attacking? Well, I wanted to dodge things. The thing that I noticed, Bokash, is that Palm Muse was 400 potency and Fire and Red was 260. So... would you like 400 potency for 4 seconds or 260 for 2.5 seconds? That was the estimate I was making. And then, like, it's a combo, so... would you be for or against the Mentor Roulette split? I feel like it's for the best that it's, like, a big mix. Because Mentor Roulette is meant to be the pack filler. If you read this, it basically tells you that. And if you ask the Smith, yes, if you ask the Smith what the Mentor Roulette is, it explains to you that the purpose of the Mentor Roulette is sometimes people are like facing challenges and what they're lacking are like friendly faces. Like the whole point of the Mentor Roulette is that you fill groups. So splitting it up in all the various different groups would just mean that the ones that are more lucrative for mentors to do would be overfilled, and the ones that are not as lucrative would not be. I could see the argument for making a separate extreme mentor roulette where you put the hard stuff and then like give a special reward for that or something. But beyond that, I think it's for the best that it's just straight up one big one. I will queue for it at 7:25. Look, it's Orion! And... Thoosh. Thank you, Aerodil. $50k on Ramu Extreme. If we got Ramu Extreme when I'm playing tank, that would be pretty convenient. Like, if there was any role where it would be like, well, the next... Like, if I was told the next Mentor Roulette is going to be Ramu Extreme, like, guaranteed, I would probably choose a tank for it if I had the option. Getting Guildhests out of Mentor Roulette would also be a good idea, I think. Like, honestly, I don't think, like, think that Guildhests need mentors to help. $50k on Don Meg. Meanwhile, Taldemar changing. Oh, instant replacement. That could be an extreme. It's Holminster Switch. How many people are running Guildhest Roulette? As far as I know, the people that are running Guildhest Roulette the most are people that are deliberately trying to farm commendations. Why leave Holminster Switch? As a tank, I could see the reasoning as it's really hard. Like, relative to difficulty in duties, Holminster Switch is really high up in difficulty. So I could see the argument for being like, nah, nope, I'm not good enough. Like, absolutely, I could see that. You can also see the healer is scared. A little, like, understandably. Like, they are immediately ready with Cure 2s. They might also just not be as experienced. That's also possible. But this duty is known to be surprisingly difficult. It could also be a random disconnect. That's true. Like, this is the kind of duty. It's another dungeon from his hardest dungeons to wall video. Yeah, I know, right? Hey, Zip. Hope you're doing well. It might be an overly cautious healer, but it is Holminster Switch, so I'm like, I don't care. I would rather they cast a few too many Cure 2s than the alternative. You know what I mean? At least it's not Cure 1. True. There's also the part that they're attacking. The fact that they're mixing it with attacks means that I'm immediately like, ah, it's fine. It's okay. Even as a warrior? I mean, remove... Did you know that warrior can solo Hullminster switch synced? Like, technically, it's just about speed. But I could do this alone. But I also prefer, like, the thing is, even if it can wall to wall, I don't know if warrior can straight up wall to wall it. I don't remember if I did that when I did it. But I would, if I did wall to wall it, I would probably have to kite in between. I was like, hey, no. Hope you're doing well. If only this was Mount Gulg. Why? Why? And yeah, exactly, no. That's also something to consider when you have a healer that is a little overly cautious sometimes. Is that you don't know if they're like, yeah, but every time I get this dungeon, people die because they're not using any defensives, so I'm just gonna be a little extra careful, to be sure. We don't know if that happens. You don't know if that's what they're dealing with on, like, on the regs. You don't know their story. Which is also why I'm like, they're attacking when healing isn't needed. So that seems pretty fair to me. Like, that seems good enough. It would be weirder if they, like, just stood there. You know? Like, they just stood there when healing wasn't needed. That's when it gets really awkward. Speaking of what gets really... Oh, they actually did Ishunami. Fantastic. Fantastic. I can't use Vengeance here. I need to have something for the next pull. Thank you, Bits. Uh-oh. Was that a Cure 3? Ah, maybe someone else had taken damage? Weird. Okay. I'm pretty sure that was the sound of a Cure 3. Yeah, exactly, Orion. That is also what I was thinking, like, maybe someone else had taken damage. That is actually pretty common in that particular pull. That someone takes some AoE damage. Also, hey, Malediction. Hope you're doing well. They might have fat-fingered it. That is also possible. And you know what? If they did, them actually standing by it and letting it finish is probably better if they needed a heal. Milo says it was just a Cure 2. Really? It sounded like a Cure 3. Weird. Hey Rose, hope you're doing well. I will say overall, I've gotten some really good, like really good players on the runs today. But that is a cure 3. I mean, more than one player needed healing, so I guess. I would say Medica 2 would probably have been the better choice, but... I mean... if it works... there it is. Jules dual-wielding streams. Hilo is using Holy off to the side. Holy has a pretty large radius. I think it's 10 yawns. So it probably hit something. Might be why they're hurting for mana a bit. Yeah, that might be. Wait, why am I doing that? That's completely pointless. It doesn't help. The time it takes to run over there is approximately 1 GZD. It just means that people stand around and wait for me to stop moving. Oh, stun still worked. I was assuming that the diminishing returns had already ended at that point. Oh, fantastic. But yeah, overall, it does seem like our healer's a little scared. A little scared. But it's okay. They don't know me. They don't know me. Oh, I love those, Matthew Park. The ones that give some sort of advice where it's like, where did you learn that? Why do you think that? Like, there's a very, very high probability that they just decided that that makes sense and then, you know, circled that in their own mind and then decided that that's the truth without, you know, checking with anyone else whether it actually is smart. I sometimes see those kind of comments on my job guides where someone like suddenly jumps in like, no, actually that thing you're saying you should do, you shouldn't do that because, and then like goes on some sort of a sidetrack on something that doesn't matter or isn't true. Sometimes they listen when I then respond and explain, but most of the time they leave their comment and then they never look back. So it's like you start to think, why bother at that point? Yeah, at the start of this dungeon is brutally hard. The second part is just more confusing or difficult in a different way. Because as a healer, you're dealing with a decent amount of damage intake on the tank, and then like the tank will get slowed frequently. So you also need to like find time to use a Shuna. And if you don't, then the tank, if it's like a warrior for instance, will heal less than normal, which will also be a different experience. They make their complaint, then hide the chat. I know, right, Naomi? I sure showed that video, guy. They'll think twice before saying something I disagree with again. Meanwhile, me. The funniest one I got recently was someone saying that you shouldn't be pre-casting spells as a red mage. Exactly, Rose. What? They basically said this guy, as in referring to me as if I'm like not in the chat, is saying you should start with Jolt. You shouldn't. You should use Swift Cast or Acceleration and then use like something like the Thunder or whatever. You should not start with Jolt. I'm like, the fact they said that I was saying to use Jolt suggests that they didn't look for, like, they didn't even get to the opener part of the video. But yeah, the indication was, I don't think they know what, like, a precast is. So I just explained that and moved on. I don't think I got a response. Was AT, and hi Max. Hope you're doing well. The funny thing was just that it's such a strange thing to bring up. And it's something that most players, if they actually are in the business of watching job guides, probably wouldn't know about. That things like precasts and whatnot. Oh boy. Has White Mage been using lilies? I don't think they have. But they have used Tetrachromatons, so I know for a fact they have lilies. But at this level, they only have Afflatus Solace. They don't have Misery. So technically, the only thing that the lilies do is that it's a free and instant cure 2. Oh, that's gonna hurt. I think he's in the second one as well. I can't do anything. Oh, we made it. Give it to the Pixomancer. JF says, some people have strong opinions and the urge to make them known. I was in a party finder for someone wanting to start coils a while ago, and we had a little 100 player join to say, you can't do this, synced, and leave. Yeah, that's a funny one. That is a funny one. This isn't possible, synced. How did people do it in the past then? Like, how? Actually, genuinely, how? Sally says, I've run into at least one white mage who used Cure 2 over Solace because they'll need the healing by the time the cast finishes. I can see the logic, because like in other MMOs, sometimes the damage intake is so great that it actually is necessary to like precast a heal. There are also very select situations in Final Fantasy XIV where precasting a heal, like casting it as the damage is coming, makes sense. This is something that can happen with, like, for instance, I think I did that when we in the Tamtara Scholar earlier, is that I noticed when the tank had pulled a ton of things that Like, I knew that my physic healed for like 200, so when they needed like 150 HP, I would start to cast physic, because by the time physics heal actually applied, they would have lost like a 250 HP. So it made up the difference. But most of the time, it's not necessary. If you try to sync T5, Tintania throws a bottle filled with vodka through your window IRL. He's like, you can't do this. You cannot do this. Where are we going next? Summoner. Dun 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 dun. We have a winner! I'll queue it when it says 1430. Coils was actually first cleared in Stormblood by an 8-man party of best in slot players. Before that, it was just impossible. Yeah, pretty much, Matthew Park. It is difficult. But I think the kind of player, like if you really think about it, the kind of player who would hop into a party finder group looking to do something like Coils synced just to tell them it's not possible. What kind of player is that? I would imagine it's the kind of player who's like, well, I couldn't do it easily. Oh, that was fast. And it's an 8-man. Solemn Trinity? Imagine if it was Solemn Trinity. Hey, Patrick. I'm glad you found it helpful. Thank you. What are we getting? We are getting Titan Extreme. That, strangely, I would say is one of the easier extremes. If people just kinda know what they're doing, you can kinda, like, wing it, mostly. But it does look like probably both tanks are first-timers, which might be a problem. I don't know if I should offer going over tactics. It is Titan. M7S has fallen. That took a while, actually. Was that another 3 hours? Oh. The other tank straight up disconnected. Stephanie says, in your opinion, should mentors new to the roulette already have done the level 50 extreme synced, or should they just turn up to mentor roulette ready to learn or give it a try? I think it's fine if you're ready to learn. Because the thing is, if you don't know what to do, then you can teach the sprouts how to learn what to do. Which is still good. Like, the thing is, mentors in Mentor Roulette are not supposed to know these things. They're meant to come help. That's it. They're just meant to join. They're just meant to join and be there. So, if you, as long as you're trying to learn, then it doesn't matter. These days, there's also too many extremes, because how far do we take it? If we say, oh, you have to know how to do all of the level 50 extremes by heart, how about the level 60 extremes? Why not the level 60 extremes? And then, like, you could argue that, well, they should also know how to do all the level 60 extremes. And then we go, well, how about the level 70 extremes? And how about the level 80 extremes? How about level 90 extremes? And then, of course, the level 80 extremes are not in Mentor Roulette. But that still means that there's like 36 extremes that you're now expecting them to know. So my suggestion is, when you queue for Mentor Roulette, I would say go in with an open mind, assume whatever duty you land in, you'll give it your best shot. That would be how I would do it. Give it your best shot. And if that includes needing to like, look up the tactics, then do that. I don't think we can dismiss them, can we? Too early. The highest level extreme I've done that isn't Rathalos is Susano. But beyond that, I've done every extreme in Heavensward at least once. Completed successfully in Mentor Roulette. We try and build some echo for now. Well, we have 30 seconds before we can replace them. So maybe we start with that. It might also be difficult to convince the tank to go for it alone when they're the first timer. So I'm straight up the leader, huh? Elena Glorious. Oh, it's Ilana. Fantastic. I wasn't sure until I saw the name in the chat. What record are you looking for, Zap Zap? And hey, Brontom! Hope you're doing well. Whoa. Go, Titan! Well, Topaz Kabi. Oh boy. That's possibly a wipe. We might have the power to make it. Just barely. It's too complicated to explain in the middle of a poll. Hey Nico, hope you're doing well. And welcome to the game. And thank you. Ugh. That's not fun. Oh, I hope you're ready, Alana, with some big cooldowns, because this is gonna hurt. Nope. 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 Oh boy. But yeah, first try. Does it count as cheating? We brought our own tank. I'm glad to hear that, Matthew Park. Thank you. And we spin the wheel again. We spin the wheel again. Gunbreaker. Now I must become the tank. Yeah, also that, Tingle, if some of you, like, remember, on the channel, there is both the Dawntrail edition of my Mentor Roulettes, there's also an Endwalker edition, which has, of course, ended, right? But you'll see in the earlier episodes that in some of them, I'm like, I've never done this synced before, so I had to figure these things out. Nowadays, when something like Shiva Extreme comes up, I'm like, well, obviously this and this and this. Initially, I had experiences like, oh, that's what that does, and things like that, like surprises. But given that I've done Shiva Extreme with 3 players synced, I've seen everything. Like, Sip and I tried 2-manning it. And the reason we failed was because of a hardened rage. Remember, this is why did you stop the Endwalker roulettes? Well, I stopped doing Mentor roulettes in Endwalker because Endwalker ended. I will queue at 19:15. Thank you, Ardell. That's crazy. But I'm pretty sure I released a Mentor Roulette video on the Monday of the week that Dawntrail came out. Bam, 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 bam. Oh boy. the instant Medica too. And the cure 1. Cure 3? That's not what free cure is for. Hello? Notice how I was pulling and used Nebula, and when I realized that it was a cure 1 spam, I immediately lost all interest in using defensive cooldowns. They didn't say anything at the start, so I don't know what their name is. And I feel like it's incredibly rude to say, hey, white mage, can I give you a tip? So I'm not gonna say anything about it until they make it clear that they're actually speaking English. Let's just say that their gear set, I'm pretty sure, is Heavensward. And they're not using Holy at all. They're not using anything except healing. They're only healing. Dresses from Crystal Tower. Okay, in that case, they might be, well, this is not their first run of this duty, at the very least. Quick post to Cure 1 website. I'm sure that will improve the situation. Yeah, exactly. That sounds like a very, very polite way to tell them to do the thing. I have mentioned this. That's also true, Matthew. It's possible that they, because it's MSQ roulette, they're straight up checking out. But I feel like, just to be perfectly honest, by playing like that, they're making it longer, and in a way, making it harder. For themselves, notably. Off Temple says, I don't think I've seen an only Cure Mage in the wilds. No, then you're lucky. I've seen them a few times. The most likely place to find them is here. In Castrum Meridianum and Praetorium. It's the most likely place to find them. Of everywhere in the game. For some reason. The Reaper's not using Shadow of Death. That might have run out and they didn't feel the need to refresh it. I wasn't paying attention to that. I was too caught up in the white mage. I know, right, Vince? It is actually pretty funny to play Scholar in these duties because you can optimize it so hard. Also, yeah, exactly, Bronson. This is also where you find Ice Mage. It's like MSQ Roulette is where you find the weirdest rotations. And I'm not sure if it's mentally checking out. or if it's just because the players that are better than that just don't queue for MSQ Roulette. But yeah, it's like, I feel it disincentivized from using my defensive cooldowns because it makes no difference. And every time they cast Cure 1 while I'm at this much HP, that could have been a holy cast. And that holy cast would have done more damage than Demon Slaughter. They would have done more damage than me on this pull if all they had to do was grasp it. All they had to do was do it. And they would have beaten me on damage in that pull. And you might be saying, but wait, isn't Demon Slaughter more potency than Holy? Yes, but white mages have Maim and Ment too. I mean, Malediction, you could still just cast Holy. And then just be ready to like Benediction the tank if things go sideways, and then, you know, lean forward. And yeah, that's true. There's no Death's Design. Yeah, exactly, Matthew Park. That is a very good reminder. If you're not enjoying a roulette, don't do it. Like, better to have fun with your leveling. And yeah, also what Master said, Raki. I made a short from a discussion in a stream a long time ago. The short is called something to the effect of why some healers don't attack, which is just like a 1-minute excerpt from a discussion. And the reasoning given in that short is, you're a healer. The DPS are damage dealers. Why should you be attacking? That's not a good reasoning, but that's how some healers reason that they shouldn't be attacking. That, well, I'm a healer. It's someone else's job to do the damage, so I'll let them do that and focus on healing. Thank you, Redil. But to get to that point, to get to that logical conclusion, you have to look at your entire toolkit and go, nah, I don't need any of this. None of these attacks, and I keep being given more attacks, and my attacks upgrade just like everyone else, but I don't need them. These attacks are only for when I'm alone, for whatever reason. But you have all those tools, and the Conjurer story is about a healer that refuses to attack, among other things. So, like, there are so many tells basically saying, you should probably be attacking in Final Fantasy XIV. There are so many of them that the only way you get to that reasoning is by going through some sort of logical sequence, as I said, of going, well, I'm not a DPS. Which is the point of that short. And that's also true, Tinkle. In other MMOs, the reason why healers typically don't attack at all is because their resources are stretched so thin that they don't have time for that. They don't have resources for that. But not in Final Fantasy XIV. Azalea, hope you're doing well. It is 76 that you get Misery, if I remember correctly. Is it 74 Misery, 76 Rapture, or is it the other way around? Something like that. Is this keeps being given more attacks. White Mage in particular only has 3 until level 76. At level 1, you have Stone. At level 4, you get Arrow. At level 18, you get Stone 2. At level 46, you get Arrow 2. Also at level 45, you get Holy. At level 54, I think, you get Stone 3. At level 62, you get Stone 4. At level 72, you get Glare and Dia. Oh yeah, you also get Eyes at like level 56 or something. And then you get Afflatus Misery, and then you get Holy 3, and you get Glare 3. Like, you might say, well, you only have 3 attack buttons by that level, but you keep being given better ones. If they were only backups, why would you need anything more than Stone 1? Like, if it's only there as a last resort when all else fails, then why would they keep upgrading it? Like, I'm just saying, like, that's also not a good reasoning. But if we're going to go toe to toe with this kind of weird arguing, then we have to take every advantage we can get, which includes, well, I mean, you keep getting upgrades to your attacks. You're smart enough to use Lucid on cooldown? Well, they're preserving their MP, and Lucid Dreaming gives MP, so it kinda makes sense. Finally a death design. I found a mob that lasts long enough to bother. Wait, someone... Was that a holy? Was that a holy cast? I saw an AoE stun. Or rather, I saw 2 mobs get stunned, and I didn't do it. Big Bro took back the keyboard from their house cat. For 1 button. It was the cat that hit Holy. But yeah, it is difficult. But I imagine that part of the reason why we see this kind of play search info for what? Part of the reason why we see this kind of play is also because, well, you know, something game too easy. The job levels. Well, the thing is, Remove, I'm not going to go after we've had this long conversation about them and show them their name, show you all their name. Even if I know that most of you are nice, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Isn't their name hidden? Not on the party list. And not in their search info. Oh, that was close, Leah. That is also the worst when you just barely don't make it. Exactly, Alejandro. I know most of you are not going to do it because you know that it would make me sad. And you also, like, you're better than that. And the thing is, part of the way that you foster a community of players that are better than that is by demonstrating to be better than that and appreciating that you're better than that. But there might be one person who's like, well, I'm not better than that. And I don't even want to figure out if there is someone who's not better than that. You know what? I'm just not gonna dodge. It's one cure. Whatever. I have Aurora if I need it. Actually remove, you have to go through various settings to hide the names in every single menu. Like, I had to go in and hide them on my target and my party list, and on like the nameplates, everything is individually turned off. That's also why it's mildly inconvenient for me to turn them off, because I have to go through everything and check. And when I'm done, I have to set them back on. Now, see, that's the thing, Seraph. I'm basically trying to flip this problem into a DPS game. They didn't even get removed when you did a ready check earlier. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if I can actually turn them off there. I might be. But there's so many places to look. That's why it's so hard. Remember when Spirits Within did less damage if we were at lower health? Yes. That was weird. I believe Upheaval also had that at one point. I believe it's just that Upheaval lost the feature earlier than Spirit Within. Why would they give that to a tank? That is an excellent question. Make sure to heal the tank, I guess. Honestly, Rust, I would be surprised if they did. I would find it more believable that the summoner does it. Nope. It occurred to me that I don't even remember if the player commendations menu hides the names, so I'm just gonna dip. So maybe it's a bad idea to incentivize low HP on a tank. Well, just to be clear, the way Spirits Within work is that it did more damage the more HP you had. So it only did full damage if you did it from full HP. As the name's in comms. I don't know. I'll check it on a different duty where we don't have a Captain Cure 1. Red Mage. I will queue at 220. The applause is nice, right? Woo! My favorite part is one going, wow! In the applause. It's time for Under the Armor. Oh, yeah, that would have been funny, right, Matthew? But at least they recognize that that would be a problem. Imagine, just imagine for a moment. I don't know if Dark Knight still has this. Let me check. Imagine if they had this mechanic in PvE. Potency increases as your HP decreases. Like, I'm just saying. Some of you probably watched my cursed job changes where it said, yeah, so Warrior's Fell Cleave costs 20% of current HP. It's not quite the PvP interaction there. But that would basically mean that Warriors might be like, I'm gonna set up Surging Tempest and then I'm just gonna Fell Cleave. I'm just gonna keep Fell Cleaving. AFE, hope you're doing well. Is it funny that Red Mage doesn't use a book? Like Summoner? Red Mage is arguably the least Red Mage? Oh, that's a good point. Also, hey Emir, hope you're doing well. It has been a while. Hope you're doing well. Did you get Guildhest? Nope. The only extremes we've gotten tonight is Ifrit and Titan. And we actually did Titan first try. Ifrit got a little weird. Imagine Samurai LB one-shotting raids. Have the power to manually queue. I'm just saying. Looks like they stopped, but we had a squad here. Maybe the people queuing here are still doing it, but we had a squad trying to queue into various hard extremes from like Heavensward and up multiple times, and sometimes they just kept in the queue after I got in, because when I came out, I would queue again, and then they would be like presumably more likely to get me. And they just kept missing. Telemas has been queued for 50 minutes. Exactly. But yeah, the weirdest part of this session, Emir, has probably been that I got like 3 or 4 Guildhests in a row. And that was actually the point where I got like, I landed in group with Ham, and I landed in group with Agent Monica. Are you going, Midichlorian? In that case, I hope you have a good day. Queue in and having one person leave immediately. Yeah, something like that, Leah. The problem that makes it really difficult to deal with is that once one person has left, any replacements can also leave. So it would only really work if like the sniper squad. Oh, Ham was also in Mentor Roulette queue for that. That is pretty funny. Like the sniper squad would be like have to be 7. You queue in as 8, and then you rotate through fills until they hit you. If you are a full pre-made, can you actually get replacements? I'm pretty sure you cannot. I'm pretty sure you're out of the like queuing system when you do that. Seven plus 1. Oh, like that. Origenics. Ooh. Cool. Oh, Matthew, back in Endwalker? I did actually make a make crafting guides and such. It's just that, as you said, for the most part, most people that would be interested in such a guide, they'll just look up a macro or something. Danish craft, there's a Lego joke in here somewhere. Really, lollipop pizza? I mean, that is a thing. It is pretty funny that people quickly discovered that you can survive the AoE. And Gyarados, something to be mentioned is that both my crafter and my gatherer guides are really dated by now, like significantly. But it all has also led to the situation that I have been so focused on other things that nowadays I don't think I would be qualified to make a crafter guide. Like, I leveled my crafters in Dawntrail mainly by buying other people's things and just handing in live quests. But I know how to do it. Alright, Liam. Good night to you. My sprint is on cooldown. That's an interesting time for a technical finish. Guess they had it stocked. Let's not. Let's do it like that. Oh, no proc. I won't. We have a drifting Contra 6. Ooh. Why was I casting Impact there? Here's an Impact. Is there a player minimum? Player count to start a Link Shield? No, I mean, you have to start it on your own to have something to build on. So you can just start one. Hey Phil, hope you're doing well. Link shields automatically disband after 24 hours if it stays at 1. That makes sense. Yeah. Not necessarily, Matthew Park. I would say the best way to learn to be able to do it without those training wheels of having the exact sequence you need on screen would be to hide it. Like, straight up, that's the only way you're going to be sure to practice whether you actually know it by heart or not. Is if you remove the training wheels, as it were. So, no, if that helps you, do whatever you want. But if you'd like to be able to know it by heart, it would probably be beneficial to, like, take it away. Like, not saying that you have to, like, go full cold turkey and just remove it forever, but just, like, try and do duties without it. When it isn't, like, a huge deal if you can't do it. And then see how it goes. And then try a duty with it again if it goes well. A mix, Sally. I was thinking maybe go until we've done all jobs. But I have a feeling that that's going to be a bad idea, because sometimes it could take an hour. Sometimes it could take 30 minutes for one job. Other times it's just Guildhests. So I think we'll go until I'm tired. Until I'm exhausted. I'm also hoping to get a re-clear of the normal version of the current raid before the end of the day, and if I just do this for the entire evening, then it might be difficult to convince some cultists to do it with me. When do streams usually end? Well, they're supposed to end after 3 hours. Now, ask yourself how often that happens. It's very rare that they end exactly on time. Most of the time, if they do end exactly on time, it's because of something else getting in the way. Like, for example, if my PC starts acting up, I'll be very likely to feel compelled to end early or end exactly on time. Actually, Tinkle, we will have been going for 3 hours when it hits the start of the next hour in under a minute. The reason why it looks like more than that is because there's the 2-minute pre-stream thing. I'll drop mid duty to end the stream. Like, while I'm doing this, just and I'm gone. When have we ever only streamed for 3 hours? Sometimes. Sometimes. Wow. That was an effective technical finish. Wow. Okay, I'll just not AoE, I guess. I'm glad to hear that, Bits. It is something that people have, I think people have asked about here and there. Yeah. Poor planning. Clip the GCD. How did we cleave the other pack so fast? Was it straight up just because of a technical finish? And also bits, I will say I'm a little surprised how many turned up for a Mentor Roulette stream. But that's a good thing. Good night, Leah. I will also say on Saturdays for the Savage Raid streams, the plan is actually 6 hours there. And we usually go for like, at most, usually like 6.5. And that's also why we usually stop actually playing the game after 6 hours or so. Is because that's the stopping point. Why crit 11 selling for more than crit 12s on my server? It's because you don't need that many for the overmeld for the 12s. Oh right, this is the wacky thing with there's just 2 guys. Just 2 dudes being bros. Robo bros. And you can't pull more because reasons. And one of them's ranged. I don't mind this part of the dungeon. The thing is, I feel like if every dungeon was just big AoE pulls, that would also be samey. So like, how do you win as a duty designer? Like, this is technically different from the alternative. Glad to hear that, Darth JF. You know, the person who designed this dungeon had the time of their life. They probably had fun. I imagine they were like, with that turtle over there. That's going to be great. Let's make it so that they can sleep it. I recognize that I could also have been the guy to sleep it, but my melee combo. My melee combo. You'll understand. You understand, right? You feel it. You understand me. It's just a red mage thing. Ta-da! And that's also something like I've suggested, Jojo Mojo. Like, make packs that that have those kind of effects where they get boosted by being near other mobs, and then just have them in 2 packs in succession. So like, you can do a big mega pull if you want, but it's not going to be just twice as hard. It's going to be like 5 times as hard, because the pack like suddenly become gym bros when they get like pulled together. Like, I think that would be hilarious, especially because some players would then just, you know, do giga pulls despite that. The problem is, of course, that some players would be mad that you're not doing the giga pull in the scary dungeon. But how do you win, right? Like, at that point, like, what do you do? Do you make an interesting duty, or do you Or do you make it so that every duty is easy to overcome? Oh yeah, the ones in Armorot are a good example. Wait, did I have a dual cast? Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Whoops. The dual casted the stone. Rose says, I'm not sure how you handle those armor enemies. If you stun the bomb, I believe it does not detonate. Like, if it's stunned when it dies, then it doesn't detonate. The weird sprite things that chase the healer around, they make your healer heal less. So, just kill them. Like, just straight up just focus them. And if you're the person tethered, if you're the person who's being tethered to, then run with the pack. Like, stand in the blob of enemies so that the players that will not focus the necessary targets will automatically cleave them, and otherwise just focus those. Like, just prioritize them. If your group is good, then they may not need that kind of, like, care. But in case they do, there you go. That's also true, Malediction. The thing is, you can reset that dangerous debuff by stunning them. Again, just stun them. And if you happen to kill them while they're stunned, then I have seen them not explode. I might have been seeing that wrong, but I'm pretty sure I've seen them not explode. Alright, Rust. Good evening to you. Now I managed to check that indeed it doesn't, it hides them. You can probably do a bit more. This setup. We can do one more. So Ham is wearing the anti-Kai outfit in blue. With a blue hat. Also white mage. I will queue when it says 1040. $100K on Guildhest. Oh. 4 man. You can now take your revenge. I'm the white mage now. What button is supposed to be there? Arf! I mean, that's a sad salted earth. I feel like I haven't done a dungeon as white mage since the holy change. That felt really weird. Arf, 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 arf. 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 The change to Holy was that it used to be a 2.5 second cast. Harv till you barf. Wow. Come they didn't do the same change to Black Mage at the same time? That is a good question. Maybe the change to Holy is what inspired them to go, maybe we should do something like that to Black Mage as well. Although Black Mage's casts only being 2 seconds is like them going, we know that if we make it less than that, then you can't, then you could weave easily. Hey Emperor Dragon, hope you're doing well.
In the name of the Emperor!
In the name of the Emperor! He's our favorite guy, right guys?
Enough!
It's Regula Van Hydrus, in the name of the Emperor! The thing that happens if you ignore the turrets is that they eventually charge up as an explosion. And then they give own stacks to everyone and go kaboom, if I remember correctly. I learned that when I tried to solo the dungeon. When you have to chase down these guys, it matters a lot more the amount of damage you have to pump into them to get rid of them. So it becomes a legitimate question of, well, do I need to?
Can you withstand this? Well, in the name of the Emperor! In the name of the Emperor!
I think the only healing I cast in that fight was an As-Eyes. And I remembered that I'm actually supposed to be healing, like halfway through the fight. I'm like, oh right, I'm actually the healer. Hey Shackman, hope you're doing well. They kinda do, don't they? I cast As-Eyes. Boom. Well, among the pure healers, Moonrender, White Mage is probably the easier one to pick up. If it's any consolation. I'm just gonna go full blast on this guy until my presence ends. And then... Holy! This is the dungeon that needs mentors the most. It is a pretty challenging dungeon, especially the final boss. Which reminds me that I actually did this in Mentor Roulette recently, where we had a black mage that didn't use Fire 4. And if I saw correctly, they didn't use Blizzard for either. But I'm not 100% sure on that one. And by the way, that was a 7.2 Black Mage. Just to be clear. Hey, oh. Hope you're doing well. Is voice chat essential to clear Savage? No, but it helps. It helps, but it's possible. Like, Party Finder is usually, like, no voice chat, and people find ways. But that's also why Party Finder strategies have a tendency to, like, really require that you just look at the strategy and just do as you're told. Because you can't coordinate anything beyond that, like, in the middle, unless it's, like, something you preemptively coordinated. Uh-oh. As long as you don't get close to the petrified guy, we should be fine. Never mind, it just quit out of that form. I wonder... Oh, no! This is bad. Oh, good. The tank knew what to do. The tank knew what to do. I need to remember to commend them. Scissor! The way that marker works is that the person that's the center can't move, so they just have to hope everyone else knows what to do. And the two orbs swirling it is supposed to be telling you need 2 players. As in, you need exactly 2 players, including the one in it. So if you get 3 players in it total, then it hurts you crazy hard. You'll survive, but it hurts a lot. It's actually it's a stricter enum. Oh, so have you ever gotten catfished? Me? And what do you mean by that? As enumeration as I saw in a YouTube video once. Yeah, I know, right? The fact of this enumeration being weird is actually part of what inspired me to make the Raider Lingo video. Eaten by a catfish. I don't think that's what catfishing is. So that's why I'm asking for clarification. It's a good idea, remove, but it feels like the AoEs were covering the center quite heavily. Thank you, Gyarados. Is the healer gonna get mad at you? Yes. Yeah, I don't quite know what you mean by catfished, but if you mean like something like anyone has impostered as me, then beyond people actively like the people copying me are usually doing so right in my presence as a joke. And I don't think I've seen anyone fake being me, if that's what you mean. Why would you want to fake being me when you could be like fake being someone even more, like way more successful than me? Isn't there an anti-Kai in your yard right now? Yes, there is, and I helped them specify what equipment they needed to have that outfit. I mean, a person being a sweetheart to you in-game for rewards, usually a guy RPing as a girl. No, I have not. And also that, in regards to the MSQ thing, I liked the MSQ from the very start of Dawntrail. So like, when it gets better, I just win more. And consider that, Boobomet, and then also consider that this is a reworked fight. So it isn't all bad when they revisit these things.
Know your place.
Is Holy a gain on 2 at this level? Absolutely. It's like a 60 potency gain. However, Aero's better. The old version was also like the prime part, the phase 2, was also just mean in the old version. Like it was straight up just evil. Where there was these portals that you had to step into, but they respawn slowly, as those tend to. So often people would miss the timing just because the game was acting slow. How do you quickly tell for DPS jobs when AoE is better on 2 or more targets? You compare the average potency of your filler combo with the average potency of your AoE filler combo times the number of targets. So like, for instance, if you have a 1-2-3 combo that goes 100, 200, 300 potency, the average potency is 200. And then if you have an AoE combo that is, say, 90 potency, or rather, it's just a single AoE button that is 90 potency, then it wins on 3 targets because it's 270 on 3 targets. On some jobs it becomes a lot more complicated. For example, Black Mage has a lot more things to consider. But I'm also a mathematician, so, you know, me saying that's easy is a little bit like, you know, hardcore Savage Raiders being like, the Savage Raid is easy. Math equals hardcore savage confirmed. Oh, it was more like obviously something that is really easy for someone who's specialized in something doesn't mean that it's easy for someone who's not specialized in that thing. But I do recognize that it was a joke. It was a joke. Yeah, Machinist with battery is also confusing or difficult to quickly estimate. Orb. New job mathematician. I mean, that was a job in Final Fantasy Tactics, I believe. I don't think I had to do anything until after this is over. I'll just let the healing work itself. Ow. What would be your dream job to get added to Final Fantasy? I assume you mean Final Fantasy XIV. I don't know. I've specifically requested a job that is focused on dots. I don't care how they do it. Give me some dot management. So that could be like, I don't know, green mage. Old summoner doesn't really qualify as someone who mained summoner in Shadowbringers. And summoner was my first job in Final Fantasy XIV. It doesn't really qualify. In Shadowbringers, the way they worked is that they basically, in their opener, they would precast Miasma into Bio. If even that, because they could just try Disaster. They just precast Ruin into Try Disaster, and then Dreadworm Trance. And then they have Try Disaster again. And then like 30 seconds later, they try Disaster. And 30 seconds after that, they use Phoenix. So they get Try Disaster again. So I'll use that. And then 30 seconds after that, so 90 seconds into a fight, they have to cast Miasma Bio. That's their dot management. Less than, like approximately less GCD spent on dot management than a bard. So that doesn't count to me. It doesn't count. I want a job where I actually manage the dots. I'll say, Andrew, hope you're doing well. As a person who actually likes numbers, I'm an accountant, and when people find that out, they always say, you must love math. I don't. I like logic, not math. Well, complicated math can be very overwhelming. I have a master's degree in applied mathematics, which means that you put some theoretical math in front of me, and I'm like, no, please. But just, you ask me what the probability is that you get 8 repertoire procs in a minute, and I'll be like, let me find our studio real quick, and then tell you exactly what the number is. I think we'll go until the start of the next hour. So if we get too close to the start of the next hour, we'll just not go again. Samurai! Isn't engineering applied math? It's not the same, but kind of? I think it's in the ballpark, but it's not the same. Alcute 1745. Jose is the Fox. Hope you're doing well. Let's make a fan class for Kai. I mean, if you can make a dot job, I would find it very interesting. And also, yeah, a pet job would also be nice. And again, Shadowbringer Summoner kinda didn't really count anymore. But yeah, some Shadowbringer Summoner, like I said, leading into Endwalker, before they had announced the rework or anything, I said Shadowbringer's Summoner, as someone who mained it, by the way, that it something has to give. Because it's trying to be too many things, and as a result, it's none of them. Oh, that was fast. It's not a dot job. It's not really a pet management job, and it's not really... Oh, Annoy the Void. It's not really a burst job. That was the closest thing it was because of Bahamut and Phoenix, which took up a third of your rotation, pretty much. So, I was like, they need to do something. It also didn't help that pet mechanics were mega jank in Shadowbringers. Like... You may have heard of ghosting, which is when you order a pet command, and then it just doesn't do it because the pet didn't manage to do it before it either A, forgot or was despawned from something. Then Endwalker comes and fixes most of the problems, but you know, they also removed most of the pets that would have benefited from the resolution of those self-same problems, ironically. Again, Agony. Hope you're doing well. And I would say it has. But yeah, my suggestion was exactly that. Like, my suggestion, just to be clear, when I thought about how to fix Summoner, was delete Bahamut and Phoenix. Because if there was no Bahamut and Phoenix, you would have better space to actually focus on the dots and focus on the pet. The presence of Bahamut and Phoenix taking away your actual pet all the time meant that they couldn't do anything particularly inspired with the pet because it would keep getting ripped away from you. So they had to minimize that to minimize the pet ghosting. So by just removing this whole shenanigans where your pet keeps going away, you already have massively increased the possibilities of the job. And by removing, again, 20 seconds out of every minute where you're basically just a burst DPS. Like, the way that the jobs work now, rather, the way that Summoner works now, where you just spam one button, was not that far from how it worked during Bahamut or Phoenix in Shadowbringers. So, by removing them, you increase the amount of time you have to do other stuff by 50%, by increasing it from 40 seconds to 60 seconds per minute. And then you could actually do something interesting. That would be my suggestion. And then, of course, fix the pets, like, fix the jank, would have been my additional suggestion. But just no Bahamut, no Phoenix would be the starting point if I was in control. Astrologian. Wow! Alcute 1915. That is, as current summoner is a lot more in line with what old Fun Fancy fans would want the summoner to be, so I can't blame them for going this direction with it. Yeah, same. The thing is, old summoner, if you go far enough back, and I have a video on this, by the way, old summoner, like from A Realm Reborn, is so close to straight up just being a classic World of Warcraft Warlock rip. Just straight up. So it makes sense that as they moved further and further away from copying WoW, the job became more unique, or like stood on its own 2 feet. But yeah, originally it was not, it was trying to be a warlock. We don't even get cards. But we do have light speed. I would say Summoner, like, people underestimate the complexity of Summoner a lot of the time. Because compared to a lot of other jobs, it's not that complicated. But relative to, you know, other games, it's actually pretty complicated. And yeah, I remember that one too, Sally. I remember people saw Necrotize in the in things like the benchmark, I think, and were, because it looks like a lightning attack, people were like theorizing that maybe we get like Ramu stuff, like at the very least, like Solar Bahamut, like that's maybe a stretch, but I'm saying I could imagine that some players would have been more excited by exactly what we did get if you just got Ramu instead. Like, exactly the same, but it was just Ramu instead. They would still be like, that's a little strange, like a little underwhelming, but I think they would actually have been more excited about Ramu than Solar Bahamut, even if it did the exact same thing. Also, that Orion, Ramu is cool. I don't mind Solar Bahamut. I'm just saying, as someone who likes Stranger of Paradise, the Solar Bahamut looks like the Bahamut in Stranger of Paradise. But I would probably have been more excited about Ramu as well, even if it was the same thing. But I still said, like, my wish for Summoner would have been more summons, precisely because if you had more summons, then you would have to choose. If you had just one more summon, you wouldn't be, like, they could either make it so that you could only choose 3 per go, or you wouldn't be able to use the entirety of every summon. The not being able to use the entirety of every summon would probably feel very janky. So I could imagine they would go with the you'd have to choose 3 approach. But I've also suggested like adding more things to manage in each summon. So that again, you have to choose something. And also the fact that the Solar Bahamut means that you only get 1 Phoenix every 4 minutes is strange. Oh wow, 5 minutes and we're already on the way to the last boss. An OGCD summon you have to find time for between your other summons? That sounds pretty funny. Yeah, that's true, Cat. Like, that's the thing, is that to add an additional summon to choose from, you would have to be very careful with what you make them do, so that you don't run into a situation where the answer's obvious. Ow. Is Solar Bahamut the final boss dungeon leading into Endwalker? No, it's not. Where does he come from? Most people say that he came out of nothing. Most people say that he's actually supposed to be a is supposed to be an incarnation of the second extreme of Endwalker, but they didn't want to straight up give that to players. Paladin. Which means we actually got all the tanks. I'll go at 2215. But I also have a feeling that this will be the last one. Assuming it's not a Guildhest. Well, I feel like it'll be the last one, even if it is a Guildhest, because we're running into a position where it doesn't matter what we get, it'll go over time. Alright, Mizanashi, enjoy your evening. Stone Vigil. That's a good one to end on. The healer does not have cardio on me. I don't have hallowed ground, so... Will they not use Cardia? Yep, we will have to do this dungeon really slowly. You know, come to think of it, weirdly, like, strange players that make, like, simple mistakes like this tend to come in bigger quantities right around a new patch, I feel like. Is it possible these kind of players come around because they are, like, they pay for a month to play the new MSQ? And then once they've done that, you know, they already paid. Which then leads to situations where, like, they should know better, but, like, let me put it like this. If you play a game, like, a little bit every few months, you might not feel that incentivized to like, care about this kind of, like, playing well stuff. It's good enough. Yeah, consider this, Rose. The Sage is not attacking. So the Cardia is redundant. They might have done nothing, and then when I said Cardia, they probably looked at me like, I mean, if you insist, but it doesn't do anything. I'm a healer. I'm not meant to be attacking, I'm a healer. They're attacking now. But they're only using doses, not the Evcrasian doses. Dodge. The worst part is that it just makes me, like, a little deflated when healers do like that. Like, when people do like that, where, like, they're basically doing the bare minimum and nothing more. Just makes me like... I have heard people be like, well, I don't want it to be complicated. I want to have fun. I don't want to work. I actually have heard that one recently. And I'm like, actually, why is it that that's okay for video games, but for, like, any other hobby, you'd kind of be expected to at least try, right? Like, at least try. If you're actually, like, there, basically just hunched over, barely participating, people will tell you to leave. Like, why is it people think that that's fine? Exactly, Ham. If you don't want to do anything, just watch a movie. We have media, entertainment, exactly for those that don't want to do anything, and this is not it. Also that, Zeros, they're basically wasting their own time. Or just spamming diagnosis here, for instance. Like, case in point, Paladin is insanely busted on AoE in this level range. It's like, you think Gunbreaker does good AoE in this level range? Paladin has a higher average potency on their AoE combo than Gunbreaker's highest potency AoE button at this level. Prominence is close to the power of Riot Blade in this level range. But because because we're sleepy today, I'm just pulling 1 to 2 packs at a time. "14 is just a visual novel or something." Yeah. Also, that one is like a lot of people massively undersell the difficulty of Final Fantasy XIV because a lot of people have played Final Fantasy XIV for so long that for them it is actually that easy. Exactly, Alejandro. Imagine doing anything with your friends and then one of them is just like, I don't want. Then just sit on the sideline, I guess. Like, just watch someone play. To be perfectly honest, if you don't want to play, just watch someone play. In case in point, some of you are so excited about playing this game that you're playing it while watching someone play it. And some of you are so excited that... who was it that said that? Some of you are so excited that you're watching people play this game multiple times while also playing it. As in, watching multiple streams, maybe even have a video running, while playing the game at the same time. Exactly, Cat. Dual wielding streams. You know what? No, we're just doing 2. I imagine the AoE from these guys would overwhelm. Do they even AoE in this one? Or do they just hit? I guess they just hit. Someone asked earlier what would be more obvious or noticeable, a tank struggling or a healer struggling. I think this is gonna be my answer. Just this. And then you can, of course, ask yourself, who's the one struggling? That's a good question. But I am going to die quickly if it's just going to be diagnosis spam. Kai says, got Final Fantasy XI up too. Yeah, exactly. You could be playing multiple games at once. Sarah's is playing Final Fantasy 2. Nice. But this is also the kind of stuff I mean, that sometimes when you, like, when you as a mentor land in an extreme, this is the kind of healer you get. Sometimes they realize the problem. Sometimes they don't. And then you're like, do we try anyway? Can we beat it without them? Kepref says, I'm working. There's a few working. That's actually not that unusual that people are working while watching these streams, from me at least. I hope you're having a good day, by the way. Well done. You're probably doing something more important than me. But hopefully I can entertain you. I'm like the court jester, keeping everyone else happy. Well, they do the things that actually matter in the world. Oh boy. Alandus says, have you heard of Strangers of Paradise? I mentioned it just a bit ago. Solar Bahamut looks like Bahamut from Stranger Paradise. I love the game. Unfortunately, it's really janky, so depending on your GPU or your driver for it, it might just not work well. Chaos! We're here to kill chaos. Exactly, Cat. Sometimes they'll tell you to stop taking damage while actively hitting you. Imagine getting hit by a tank boss, am I right? Famous last words. Is that true, Agent Monica? In that case, they might be trolling me. Are you sure? So that is surprising. Alright, Alejandro, enjoy your meeting. Or try. But that is strange then, Agent Monica. That is strange. Are they normally like that? Hey Leona, hope you're doing well. And by like that, I mean like... Yeah, I didn't see what was in the deleted comment. My question was more like, does did the Sage not... Is the Sage new to the job? Or... Like, what was going on there? Because that seemed weird. Just them being your friends doesn't mean that they're suddenly amazing, Agent Monica, but it's just surprising. Thank you, Evelyn, and enjoy your evening as well. But yeah, we didn't manage to get Dragoon, Ninja, Sage, or Dancer. But we got 17 duties. So now you can probably see when the following mentor videos come out how much ahead I am. Like, huh. But yeah, I stand by what I said, by the way. That it's still weird that someone goes into a duty like Stone Vigil and just spams essentially Cure 1. Next week's video should be one of the jobs you didn't get today. Well, because it's a roulette remove, that's difficult. They're in order, and it's a random roulette, so I can't guarantee that. As I said, I stand by that. It's not like, oh, are they your friends, Agent Monica? Then they're obviously amazing for casting Diagnosis. Like, honestly. You know? My roulette was finished with this week? What do you mean? Sage doesn't have a lot of options in Stone Vigil. That's true. That is true. What do you have? You have everything from here and up. So you have an AoE attack, you have Physis, and you can spam your Crazy and Diagnosis. That's correct, Remove. I decided, based on what other people suggested, to just start another wheel. Just once it over, just do another wheel. So we're just continuing. Partly because people thought it was entertaining to have the wheel. There's also a lot of people that started watching the roulette while I had the wheel in, that are like, huh, is that like a specific seasonal thing? And it's also that the act of having some random factor helps a lot with like choosing something new every time. Like, it's a problem that I had recognized, that if I just chose myself, I would probably just choose, like, I'm gonna play Black Mage this week. Next week, weird, I'm playing Black Mage this week. Is it a problem? Not necessarily, but some people enjoy the way that the Mentor Roulette series like covers different jobs, showcases different jobs. And it might get a little samey if I just play the same few jobs over and over. Although on the other hand, it also gets this effect that, like, if I'm just straight up playing a job I want to play, then who knows, maybe I do a little few extra roulettes, maybe I won't. And if I'm playing a job I'm really good at, then it's a possibility that a duty that wouldn't be beaten otherwise, we certainly can beat. But that is true. Admittedly, it's not like Sage has a lot of options, but I feel like they could have done a bit more. That's all I'm saying. They could have done a bit more. Well, I hope I didn't upset Ancient Monica. They were here earlier. Okay. But yes, I might possibly do this again, although it might be a little bit much to like over and over have Mentor Roulette video, Mentor Roulette stream. But this was fun. Although we did not get very many April Fools. We did not get very, like, in fact, I believe Ham was queuing Mentor Roulette too. And they ended up in my duty, and no one else really tricked me with anything. So I guess I guess what I can take away from this is that it's not as easy as I thought to snipe someone into a Mentor Roulette. Oh, says, have you ever tried playing on controller? I have not. I know the basics of how it works, and like a while back in Endwalker, like late Endwalker, when I was doing like challenge streams where like did weird things like do a duty like this, or like this, it was suggested, how about have one of the challenges be to do a duty with a controller, and I concluded that if I had to do that, then it would have to be like a super specific job where I had like set up hotbars for it. And even then, I don't think I would find it very fun. There's a reason I don't play on controller. Because I don't like playing on controller. Like, I play Monster Hunter on mouse and keyboard. Some people think that's crazy. Other people go, yeah, me too. I played Stranger of Paradise on mouse and keyboard. I would play Dark Souls on mouse and keyboard. Any game, like actually when I opened Lies of P and it opened with like a notice at the start where it's like, this game is best experienced on controller, the first time I opened the game, I straight up closed it again. Just like, well, I'm not doing that now. And then like a few days later, I was like, I can probably figure it out with mouse and keyboard. And I did. So to put it as clear as I can, I don't like playing on a controller. Straight up, don't like it. Oh, this Viper's amazing on controller. You know what? You know what is also amazing on mouse and keyboard with an MMO mouse? It's very good. In my defense, Sally, the last time I had a game do that to me, the keybinds for mouse and keyboard was straight jank, if not to a level where you couldn't turn the camera with your mouse. It's like, why not? Like, they basically made it so that, well, you can play on keyboard, not mouse and keyboard. Then it's not a PC game! And come on! So when Lies of P said that, I was like, nah, I can't deal with that right now. When I then built up the courage to figure it out, it turns out that the controls for Lies of P on mouse and keyboard is actually amazing. They even have a toggle walk button, which Code Vein didn't. So you just straight up couldn't sneak on mouse and keyboard in Code Vein, so I just didn't. Well, guess I don't have that feature. Yeah, that's it, basically, Marcus. I went into the controls of Code Vein to look for that, and they didn't have it. It wasn't like, oh, we haven't bound it to anything. It wasn't there. It was just... But Lies of P had it. So when I see a game say, this is best played on controller, sometimes I'll assume what they mean is, we couldn't be bothered to set it up for mouse and keyboard, so that's on you. Which then has this effect where I'm like, man, I don't want to. Not saying that you can't enjoy on controller, I just can't. I prefer mouse and keyboard. It's particularly with 3D games because I need full control of the camera at all times. At all times. But yeah, I feel like I managed to continue my streak of on April 1st, I do something meaningful. Either intentionally or by accident. Just to reiterate for those that are more new to the channel, the first time I did an April Fool's video or anything, I released a coffee biscuit recipe designed as a boss guide. And like, it's still here, but it's one of the least watched videos on the channel, so you might actually find it difficult to find it. And last year was when I figured out that doing a walk and talk stream was actually a pretty good idea. And now we do this, which also seems to have been a pretty good idea. Hope people had fun, found it interesting to watch my Mentor Roulette musings live. But yeah. Oh, thank you, Ardell. But will this set get turned into a video? It could be. I'll think on that. But that is actually a good idea. Also, that the cookie guide is from the era of ASMR guy. Fantastic bits. It's interesting enough to be a video. It's probably interesting enough to do live. Probably. Sometimes it's hard to do a thing that is interesting in a video as a live stream, but that's true. But that does lead me to a point where it's probably a good time to wrap up the stream. So, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream, and like other people to enjoy it as well. So, thank you so much for the in advance for the support. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, I'll put a link right there in the chat. There, you'll find a weekly schedule where you can see what else is happening on the channel in the coming days. And you'll also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when they come out. And if you grab the reminder role in the roller summons room, you'll get a notification whenever I post a video or stream, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you can catch it right when we go live. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, there's a Ko-Fi link in the description. It all helps support me and the channel directly so that I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. But that will be all from me, so good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!